Hello everyone, this is Rex Red. I am back with a fun tutorial today, and we are going to be working with Gescon. I'm not sure exactly how to pronounce that, but it is spelled Gescon, and it is a very cool program. I call this particular effect of what Gescon does, I call it Boolean math or Boolean logic. I'm not sure exactly what it should be called, but in this particular instance, it's called Gescon, and that is the name of this program. Now, in order to get Gescon, you would go to, let me see, make sure I've got everything kind of closed up here. Would go to Daz Studio here, and you would type in Gescon, Gescon, and where is it? Where is Gescon? Gescon. I don't see it here. It's been now Alvin. Let's try Alvin. I think is his name. Alvin, was it? There it is. Gescon. Oh, I didn't put the colon after it. Gescon. Let's try that with a colon. Gescon colon. That's kind of dumb. Yeah, it shows up if you put a colon after it. Okay, so that's kind of dumb, but it's here, okay? And so this is it, and right now it is not on sale, not even at all, not even a little bit. This Alvin Beamar, he makes awesome, I guess it's a guy. I'm pretty certain it is, but I'm not positive. But he makes these awesome products. The Fluidos, we did some work with Fluidos. Just absolutely awesome stuff. And hide items I own. So we go. We're going to be working with some of these other items. I own all of this Physio and thickener and Parsis, and we also really cool stuff that he makes. And unfortunately, this program doesn't. At least that I was able to find. It might have a comma after it, but I did a search in the Daz library for a PDF. So I searched for Gescon.pdf, star Gescon star.pdf, and I did not find any kind of PDF file on this program. And on YouTube, all that is here for Gescon is a we have, oh, Rex Red is live. That's nice of you, YouTube, to put my thing out there. So this is Gescon, and all that is on here is this video. It says mix, which I'm not sure what this was, but I don't even know if that really has anything to do with, no, it's Gescom. All right, so there's this one video. Now this says Gescon, but I don't think it has anything to do with Gescon, all right, with this program. So there's this one video, and I'll show you just basically, there's no talking in it, okay? So you have to kind of just watch, and you get the idea. Basically, I'm not sure. So what I'm going to try to do is spend more than 8 minutes here on Gescon to see if I can show you guys how really awesome of a program this is. Now, I'm going to make some assumptions in this video that may not be correct. And so please correct me in the comment section if I do make any kind of errors in what I say in this regarding this program. But what I am going to do is say that this program, it's $39 and it's not on sale right now. I believe I paid probably about $10 or $15 for it because I wait until it's way on sale, and then sometimes I'll buy a gift card that gives me an extra $5 or $10 or maybe a $200 gift card that gives me even so, I theoretically could have gotten this when it was on sale, like for $10, and I could have gotten a gift card, and I could have gotten this theoretically for free. But I had to buy a $200 gift card to do it. So, well, what we're going to do now is I'm going to show you what you have to do. You have to go into your help here, and then it says about installed plugins. I'm not going to open this up because if I do, it's going to show you the activation codes for my plugins. So, but what you have to do is you have to let the download manager install this on your computer and just let it do its thing. And then you have to go into this help and about installed and plugins, and you have to put the code into it. And the code you find on the Daz Studio website in the My Account. You probably, if you're familiar with Daz Studio, you go to the My Account there, and it will say serial numbers or serials or codes or something like that. It says, and you click on that, and it will give you all the codes to all of any items that require codes. Some things don't require them, but this one does. And once you put that code in, then you have to restart Daz Studio. You have to close it down, open it up again, and then when you go into this window and panes, you will find something here called Gescon. All right, and when we open that up, and there is Gescon. Now, Gescon usually appears here, like for the first time, and you can just drag it and drop it into these little tab things here. Okay, now what does Gescon do? All right, that would be the next thing. Maybe I should have started off this whole video with this. But what Gescon does is, as you see, you have union, intersection, difference, and fracture. Okay? And I haven't even used the fracture one. And the intersection, I know pretty much what that does. But then we have difference and union, and I know what these do as well. So I'm going to be able to, and we'll play with fracture and see if we can get it to do something. This is it's very helpful. What got me going with this particular thing was, I had a wall and I wanted to put a round window in it. And my brain just said, it's like, how the heck do I do that? How do I cut a hole out of the window? Now, in your house or something, you just get a hatchet and a hammer and some maybe some kind of tool, a chisel, and you just hack away at the wall until there's a hole in it, and then you build whatever you want into it. But when in a 3D application, what you would have to do is bring it into Blender or something like that. And I don't like to take anything out of Daz Studio and bring it into Blender or any other program. And other than Photoshop, I'll take an image and bring it into Photoshop and edit that. But that's about the extent of what I feel comfortable doing, because I don't know how to rig things, and when I bring the things out, I'm afraid I'm going to bring it back in and they're just going to be frozen solid and not have any rigging left. I just don't like to export anything to Blender or any other 3D program and back in. So that's just me, okay? And I'm hoping that one day that changes, that I become comfortable with going into Blender and editing meshes and things like that. But until that day comes, this is only going to be the way I do things. So now the first step I tried was to make a plane, okay? And so this plane is sitting straight up and down here. Let's bring this plane up a little bit. And so you bring in this plane, and let's take a look at the plane and see how many. We go into wireframes textures, and you can see this plane has a bunch of geometry to it. So you would think I could cut a hole through this plane with an object. So let's take a cylinder, except, and that's a gigantic cylinder, and that's got quite a bit. Let's make a smaller cylinder. Segments 20. Okay, diameter 1 meter. Let's go 0.5. Length 2 meters is okay. Sides, let's go, yeah, we'll go 100 sides. Okay. It seems a little smaller. It's not quite what I wanted it to be. Let's just make our plane a little bigger. Parameters, scale. Then we take our cylinder and we move it up a little bit like this. And we move it and put it through. What we want to do is cut a hole into this plane with that cylinder. So we go to Gescon. The first thing we select is the object we want to cut the hole through, and then we click difference, and then it says select B node, then select the difference button again. So this would be the cylinder, and then select difference again, and as you can see, nothing happens. And I believe it's because this only works on closed geometry. So correct me if I'm wrong, and if I'm wrong, I would really love to be wrong so that I could get this to work. But I would have thought that this would have it would have just taken this object and created a third object, which would have been just a plane with a hole in it. Okay, but it didn't work like that, okay? So let's delete our plane, okay? Let's try this again. This time we will try it with some closed geometry. So we go into here, and instead we will select a cube. And the cube is going to have 200 divisions. Let's go 100. And the cube. And there is our cube. So what we do is we take this cube, and I'm putting a lot of divisions in here. And so we go to our parameters, and we scale it Z, so it's smaller. And I'm going to scale this so that it's 1. So that it's almost the size of a plane, but it's a cube instead. Which kind of really bothers me, because all of this, there's 100, 100 squares all squished into this. It just really bothers me that there's that overhead of geometry just squished in there together. But that's the way it is. So we take now our cube, select that first, go to Gescon, select difference, then we select the cylinder and we select difference again, and nothing happens. Now this has a tendency of happening from time to time. We're going to do it again. Select difference, then select the cylinder, select difference. Nothing happened. Okay, so I'm going to try now selecting the cube like this, like actually clicking on it in the scene, and we'll try this way, and then try selecting the cylinder in the scene, and see, nothing happens. So this happened to me before, and I'm not sure why it happens. But what we're going to do is this surface adaptivity is at 0. So I don't know what these do because this didn't come with a manual. There's no help thing I can click on. And so nothing. And I mean, I absolutely love this program, and it is well worth the $40, you know, even if you were to spend $40 on it. But there's just no documentation that comes with it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this surface adaptivity and I'm going to turn that to 1. Oh, that's all the way up. We're going to bring it, I guess that's, let's go 0.26, okay? Excuse me again. So I don't know what it is that makes this not work, but then all of a sudden it works. And then we go with our okay, I think I clicked the cylinder. We want, okay, difference. That's not going to work. Okay, select the cube. Now go difference. Now select the cylinder and go difference again. See, that didn't work. Let's try the... Now, okay, now it says the UV projection map is spherical. Maybe it's because there is no sphere in the scene, okay? So let's bring this back to 0 again. Okay, and let's try it by just going back to 0 and then select cube. This is our cube around the edge. And then we select difference and then select cylinder and select difference. Nothing happens. So it may be because this UV map, it's not finding a sphere in the scene or anything similar to a sphere. So then what we're going to do is we're going to go, I don't know which planar lateral means or planar top because there's no, but what I'm going to end up with in this scene is a cube. So we'll go with cubic. Okay, so because we'll still have a cube, but it'll have a hole in it. All right, so I don't know what a cube, what if there's a technical name for a cube with a hole in it, but what the geometry name for a cube with a hole in it is with a cone going through it, some sort of transection or something. All right, so we're going to select the cube. And now we've changed only the UV mapping. Let's, I don't know how to set it back to the precision. I think I moved that as well. But I don't believe that these have anything to do with whether if this works or not. I believe it's the UV mapping. And so we have actually a cube. So our difference, now we click on difference because we have our cube selected. Then it says to select the B node, and that's going to be our cylinder. And when we select difference, nothing happens. So once again, we're having this problem where it doesn't seem to work. We're going to try again. Let's bring this surface adaptivity up, okay? And we'll click, now select the B node, difference. Nothing happens. So we're going to try again here with, we're going to try with planar, okay? And now we're going to select the cube again, difference, select the B node, difference. Nothing happens. So I'm not sure what causes this. Surface, so we'll go precision, we'll bring this up some, okay, and now let's select the cube again, difference, cylinder, okay, this time it worked. So now, so maybe the precision, there's a possibility that since I have this so fine here, that the precision is not, that it has to have enough precision in order to match the digital precision of, or it must exceed the precision of the geometry, okay? That sort of makes sense, but not completely. But okay, so let's take this and get rid of it again. So what it did was it created another object. So we're going to turn these on and let's play with some of this. Let's bring this to 0. That's our surface adaptivity. I don't really want the surface to adapt to it. I don't want it to like respond to being cut. Like I just want it to cut and leave the surface pretty much alone. So we're going to click the cube again. We're going to select difference and then click the cylinder again. Now you see it still worked, but it didn't. Let's try this again with and there's no undo, so you have to go back. Somebody liked my video. Thank you very much. Thank you very kindly. So now we're going to click the cube, and what we're going to do is turn this adaptivity up a little bit, and then we'll select the cube, difference, cylinder, difference. Now it worked. Now what I expected it to do was to do something really weird with the surface, and it didn't do anything really weird with the surface. But this is how you get, now the thing is this hole that it's cut out of here, it isn't very, what I don't like about it is it's rough, and it's not very, it's just jagged as can be. And what I thought might happen is if we take now this new object, we select it, and we were to put on this object, create, edit object, and we put on a geometry sub D. Now it looks like what it did was it smoothened that out to some degree, but not a lot. Now what if we take this, get rid of this, and we turn these back on? What if we take our cube and add sub D to it before we do this calculation? So let's go edit object, geometry sub D. And what that did was that just took our geometry and put all kinds of, it doubled. So if you look through at these squares, inside the squares you see they're cut in quarters. So what I can do now is up that some more, even some more. So let's go to our parameters on the cube, go here, and this sub D level, let's bring that up one more, and now it just quadrupled. Now you see in these little teeny tiny squares. See if I can zoom in a little more. Now it's broken up into little teeny tiny squares. And what I could do is, believe I can move this up. No, so the highest level we can go is sub D with this cube is level 2. Okay. So we've already started out this whole, we're going to bring this down. No, not that down. We'll bring this down. So they're both at 2, the render and the, there's no sense in bringing that up for the render like enormously high. So let's see if when we cut this cylinder out, if sub D actually plays. And what we're going to do is we're going to take our cylinder and we'll add sub D also to that. Object, geometry, sub D. Now as you can see, it's taken the geometry inside of this cylinder, and if we zoom in, we can see it's broken the geometry up also on that. So does this Gescon use the surface modifier to react, or is it ignoring the surface modifier and only using the geometry of the surface itself? So let's click our cube. Let's go to Gescon. And now let's select the difference. There's one. And then select our cylinder. And it worked. But when we get here, see, this doesn't look, it didn't use the sub D. So, and when I look at this now, this new object here, it's not, let's see now, when I look at this object, it doesn't have sub D, because if I go here to object, it won't let me put it on if it's already there. So now it puts sub D on here, and what I'm seeing here is when I go into parameters and go here to sub D, when I bring this sub D up, you see it divided all of that. But what it's done is just made this ugly kind of hatch job here smoother. But it's still a hatch job. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to try something, because now supposing I want to take this cylinder and I want to put the cylinder in through here. But what if the cylinder were... So what I can do is I can put a smoothing modifier on the cylinder on this. So edit, object, geometry, add a smoothing modifier. Now what we're going to do is we're going to tell it to react the smoothing modifier, which is in our plane here. Now we got smooth, and it says collision item, and we're going to select that to be our cylinder. Accept. Now you see what's happened is this. If I were to make, now if we go and look inside of the cylinder, you can't see it poking through the cylinder, number one. Now what if I were to just size the cylinder up and scale it a tiny bit? See what happens? It smoothens that right out. And then what I can do is hide it. You see how that works? And suddenly we have a perfect cut. And I can even make it a little bit larger. See that? See how that just smoothens that right out, smoothens the geometry out. So that is something pretty cool, huh? That's how you get a really nice circle out of. And so then this cylinder has to become part of this object. It's got to go everywhere the object goes. It's got to stay there. And as long as that cylinder is still in the scene and responding to this. Now, what if I just say, well, I don't want to use the cylinder. So we'll go to this and we'll just turn the cylinder, this smoothing cylinder, we'll tell it none. So we're going to get our ugly shape back. So let's look for something. What if you want to put something into this hole here? So let's go to our smart content files. Let's look for a clock. We'll find some kind of wall clock. Okay. Here is a clock. Well, we'll try this one. So now we have a clock in the scene. Let's bring this clock up. Let's scale it. Let's see if this clock is level with it. It's not really. And we'll scale the clock. So what we do is we take this cube now, and instead of the cylinder, we use the clock. So we go to parameters, and we tell it to collide with the clock instead. So wall clock. So when we take our wall clock, then parameters, wall clock, we scale this up. So you can see it's colliding with the clock. And I believe what we have to do with the clock is possibly put scale. See, now it's not colliding very well with this clock. I think what we need to do is possibly make the clock scale it like this. Okay, so that the clock, and we bring this down a little bit. And over a tiny bit, I think. And we scale it again. And scale it a little more. And what we end up with is something. Now, let's go Z with this clock some more. It's like almost impossible to see what's going on with this clock. But what you see now is that the wall is accommodating the clock. You see, so it's fitting around itself. The geometry is fitting there. Now let's scale it some more, a little bit like that, and then we'll just check it and see what happens when we hide it. And you see what we've got is now a nice, perfect circle fitting our whatever that item is into it. So if we were to take this off, so what we're doing is we're kind of tricking the geometry. We're getting the hole there set so that the geometry is kind of rough, and then we're adding this surface modifier on it, and the surface modifier is taking the geometry and quantizing it, making it much smaller, okay? It's making it more minute so that when we bring the clock in and we contact the clock with the surface, it's responding to the outside geometry, not the inside geometry. And that is really cool how that kind of works. Now what we could do is possibly, sometimes you can put the smoothing modifier on the clock. As you can see, this clock has kind of some pretty broad geometry, and when we zoom in on the geometry, there is no modification. Like if you look here real close, now it's either going to work or not work. But if I were to, there's possible ways of tweaking it, but if I take this wall clock and I go Edit, Object, geometry, convert to sub D, and notice what it did. It just ruined the clock. So edit, undo. I don't think the only way to get that sub D off now is to go edit, object, geometry, remove. That didn't work. So I think there's a possibility of going in here. So you can't undo it. I've undo. Okay, object. I think there's a remove. Remove sub D. Bake. So yeah, I don't see a way to remove it. Let's see. So I think what we do is we just put the sub D back to 0, and that removes the sub D from this. Now there's a possibility we can put this on, and then we could say subdivision normals preserve cage. That didn't work. Okay, and it says sharp edges. We could try sharp edges and corners, sharp edges. Okay, so I don't know that worked. Okay, subdivision algorithm, bilinear. See, now that worked. So by just switching this bilinear to these different kinds of sub D, it enabled me to use sub D on here. Now, when I close this, you should see a more perfect circle, and it's not really showing me the kind of perfect circle that I think. What I need to do is make the clock even larger so that it encompasses the entire. So let's turn the clock on for a moment. Let's go to scale again, and let's scale this up even some more so that it's really covering this whole area. Okay. A little more, maybe. My neighbors are listening to music today. That's good. Okay, so now let's see. Now this looks like it really is. Yeah, see, this is making a fairly nice border in here. Now, I'm not sure that this clock has the. Okay, maybe if I were to move this over a little more this way. See, I think it's just the nature of the clock. So let's take now instead of the clock, let's go back to our cylinder, because the cylinder's definitely more uniform. So let's get rid of the clock. And now the cylinder is no longer adhering to this. Let's take the cylinder and scale it down. Scale the cylinder down so that it looks like it's going to be just about to cover the worst areas. Okay. Then we take and click on this cube again and go to parameters, and we can select now the collision item to be the cylinder. And suddenly, it's no longer, I would think it wouldn't even be going into the cylinder at all, but now let's take the cylinder and hide it. And it looks like in this particular case, we're getting a really perfectly smooth surface here. So this is like beautiful. This geometry here is just beautiful now. And it looks like we're getting a tiny bit of some aberrations here. It's, I believe this is because of circular geometry isn't like perfect. Let's try a different model now. We're going to get rid of these three. So what we'll do is we will try let's put something in the scene that is a thing. Okay, so let's just find a thing here in the scene and see if we can do something weird with a thing. How about a person? We try to put... All right, I don't know why I have those things popping up now. Let's put a person in the scene. So let's go to products, and we'll try to put like one of those. Let's see if I can undo delete. I can keep possibly my cylinder. So we'll just turn off this object here, and we're going to go here to figures, and we go now to, let's put this Genesis 9 guy in here. Oh, I have one of them with some clothes on, I think. Scene. So what are we doing here? We'll just put in a figure. That was a waste of time here. So we're going to put in, we'll try Novak, but what I have to do is go to Turbo Loader and Inspector, add, make sure that his stuff is here, enable morphs. Okay, accept. Novak. Yeah, we'll do that. All right, let's put Novak in the scene now. Genesis 8.1 male. All right, let's see which one of these work. And I've got to go here. And what I will do is hide the scene for a moment until I can get some pants on him. Novak, wardrobe. Let's find some pants. Here they go. Here we go. We just want some shorts. Okay. Now we can turn you back on here again. All right. Let's keep the community clean here. So, which is, I am all for it. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to take our cylinder and turn it back on. We will make the cylinder smaller. Let's see what we have. Scale it. Where is scale? No, we want to scale the cylinder, not Novak. Here we go. This is just a test. Nobody's being hurt here. We're going to put that right through him like that. And we'll bring this cylinder down a little more. And then we will translate it Z. Okay. And yes, you guessed it. We're going to make that part of him disappear. So we select Novak. We go difference. And then we select the cylinder and we go difference. And look what we did. We just totally corrupted the geometry here. But let's go now to iRay. And you see this is done. Oh. Edit, undo. Okay, well, there's no way, like, we can do this. Okay, what we have to do is, I think, we have to turn back, no back on. Turn our cylinder back on. The cylinder doesn't have any texture on it. So what we do is we go back here and we say discard current surfaces. I'm not sure what this is going to do, but because it's not going to put a surface where it cuts him out. So let's see. Now we're going to select difference. And then we're going to select the cylinder and go difference again. And it should just have a white hole there. This may not work. Let's see what happens. It may not work at all. It may just lock up. It's trying to deal with the texture and leave his textures on him. Okay, it's run into... I don't think this is going to come out of it. So, and I didn't save this, but that's okay. We can... It's not going to let me cancel this. Close of the program. All right, let's open this back up. Let's do something. Oh, great. It's decided to open this up on another monitor. Inputs. Okay, how about if you come down here? Thank you. Inputs. HDMI 2. All right, let's do something other than a human. All right, let's try something now with a different, just another thing. Okay, so we will try. Planes don't work, so they have to be closed. So let's take a let's put a sphere in the scene. Sides, we want I'm not sure the difference between size and segments, but let's put this sphere at 1 meter. And we'll just do enough segments and sides. So let's go 20 and 20. I think that may not be enough to do what we're trying to do, but let's see. No, I don't think it is. So we're going to have to go, I think, 100 sides and segments. So let's go sphere, and let's try 100. We want our cut to be good, okay? So that looks like, you see, it has to be round all in itself. And even this isn't like perfectly round. I can see a little bit of aberration. So now we're going to take and do a cone. And we're going to do length is 1 meter diameter. Segments, let's go, again, let's go 50 segments. And sides, let's go 50 again. I don't know if my computer can handle this. But now we have this cone going through our sphere. And we have the sphere coming out the other end of the cone. So I think what I'm going to do is take and go to parameters, and we're going to go Z. We'll make this cone long. And then we'll pull this so it's going all the way out. How about that? And let's go inside the cone for a moment. Ooh, it's dark in here. Let's go to Yes, it's very dark in here inside our cone. And there's part of our sphere. Okay. So let's put a texture on the sphere. Okay. Let's play around so we're dealing with textures. Default. No, we want to go here to surfaces. And it's going to take a moment. Okay, now we close this up and we go to shaders. And for our sphere, we want a texture that we can kind of really tell. So what about, oh, we have to select the sphere. And let's try this on the sphere. Oh, I guess it's there, but it's okay. There's our sphere texture. And let's put our cone texture here. And that's got to have a different... See, I'm wondering about transferring materials from one object to the next. Let's... Oh, that's got... We got to select the cone. I knew I had to do that. Okay, that one's not too exciting. Let's find something that's really exciting. Now, what about this? Well, that's kind of nice, but let's make it a little bit... Well, let's see about this one and this one. They're just too fine. Okay, we'll use this one, but we'll make it a little larger. So there we go. Now, where is that cone? Oh, it'd be in surfaces, editor. Down here we go 1 and 1. There, that's cool. So now we have two different textures on here. They're obviously different. Let's save this file. Save as scene. We're going to call this, I can never remember the name of this darned. It is Gescon. Test. Gescon test. Accept. Okay. So now we have two objects with textures on applied. Let's see. We can look at this from that perspective. So now what we want to do is cut the cone out of the sphere. Now it wouldn't be as interesting, I don't think, cutting the sphere out of the cone as it is cutting the cone out of the sphere. So we want to select the sphere first. Go into this Gescon. And then we want to discard current surfaces in UV map. No, we don't want to okay. We want to uncheck that so they keep their surfaces. But what's going to happen is what would be really nice is if inside the sphere it got this cone surface. That's what we're hoping, that it will transfer the surface of the cone inside the sphere. Okay, that would be really cool. Okay, if not, it's not the end of the world though, but we'll see. So now let's select the sphere, difference, select the cone. Hope this works. It probably won't work. Okay. So it discarded the surfaces, and it did a horrible rough job at it. Okay, again, we have this problem with it being this terrible looking job here that it does. And so we go to surfaces, sphere, copy, and then we put this on this project and we go paste. That didn't work. Let's try this again. Sphere. Copy selected surface. Go to here. Okay, this is interesting. We have the border. Okay, so this is really nice because it gave us an option now of the interior and exterior. So what if we take this this is where it gets complicated. So what we do is we take this sphere, the cone, and let's turn it on for a moment. I'm not sure why it wouldn't let me copy and paste these surfaces on here, but as you can see, this is a horrible cut. So what we do then is we take the cone and we add a smoothing modifier. No, I don't think we needed to add it to the edit, undo. We need to add the smoothing modifier to the sphere, to this object that we've created. So we go edit, object, geometry, add smoothing modifier. Then we tell this object that the thing that it wants to interact with is the cone. The collision item is the cone. Then we take the cone, we just push it in there more. Like that. A little more. Then what we can do is this Gescon object, we're going to go create object, convert to sub D. And then we can also take this Gescon object and bring the sub D level up. So now when we take this cone out and hide it, see, that is a terrible cut. Now I believe our cone is, I think if we put sub D on the cone as well, edit, object, geometry, not sure why this, okay, this is unparent. I don't want that parented there. I must have dragged it by accident. See, this is just terrible. That's what this is the problem with this is this whole, and this is why probably why Daz by default doesn't have Boolean, because this is what you get. It's the nature of the way Daz does geometry. And I really wish that this program had been written to work with the sub D layer of the object instead of the original geometry of the object. Okay, that's the problem with this, is it's using the original geometry rather than the sub D geometry. So we could go into this here and go to surfaces. So let's make this cone disappear for a moment. Okay, and look at that horrible cut. It's just terrible. Why is the... Oh. Okay, now the cone. Okay, the cone I gave... All right, we're going to delete the cone. And we're going to... I believe I gave the cone by accident. I gave it... smoothing modifier, and you can't... I don't think I took it off. So let's go back to the cone, and let's bring the cone back in. Now, there we go. Now, I made this cone longer. So the cone was responding to the surface, possibly. So let's take this cone now and do what we did before. We scaled it, Z. There we go. Now if we hide this cone, now that's still terrible. I don't believe that I set this to be... Okay, the cone is just cutting through it. So what we have to do now is tell this object to use the cone again as its collision item. Cone. And you see that is still terrible again. I'm not sure why it's just doing that. So we pull the cone out a little more. Cone. Okay, I believe, well, you see, and the thing is if you remember, I gave, let's look at the geometry here. This sphere has some pretty intense geometry to it. And when you look, when we zoom in on it, you see it's very fine. This has very fine sub D. But it's still... Let's go here to this. Let's look at our other sphere and see what we gave this sphere for geometry. See, something changed the geometry. Now, when this Gescon created the new figure, it got rid of this really linear kind of geometry around here, where it's like it's a finite amount from this place. You see, how does the computer figure the distance from, well, from here to here, it can figure it internally. From one tip to the other tip, it can figure it just straight through. And that would be the diameter from this end. This is a perfect circle, perfect sphere. If there's such a thing as a perfect sphere, but the diameter from this end to that end would be the same as the diameter from here to there. But when you start to think about the circumference, that each little step here along the way has to compute pi. And it has to compute pi as a rounded off number, okay? It has to use that number, an approximation. And pi is not an approximation, so each little point here is using an approximation of something, and it seems to work. But in reality, there's a ghost in the machine, and it works to some degree. And that's probably why the Leaning Tower of Pisa is leaning, you know? It's because of pi. Let's just blame it on pi. So it all has to do with this approximation of things, and so we take now, so it's very interesting now that when this Gescon took this object, it surrounded it with a different kind of geometry. It just didn't use that same kind of linear geometry. It embedded within it these height pieces. So, and I don't think you're going to get the same, you're not going to get the same kind of result if you use a cube, say, because a cube is a cube and it's linear. But let's try this now. Let's take, let's delete this out. Let's delete our sphere out. Let's leave the cone in, turn it on. Okay, and let's create a cube. Oh, that's the wrong thing. Cube. All right, this is a very large cube, so we'll bring the cube down so that we even have more fine geometry. And this looks like it'll work. Now, the cube itself doesn't have pi in it. But this cone, because it's round and slopes like this, I think that's as close as you can get to pi as a sphere. So, and we're talking about it's a sphere with an angle involved with it. So there is a sphere in a cone. I mean, there is pi in a cone, obviously. So now what we do is we select our cube. We go into Gescon. Now it says we have this precision. See, I don't know what precision does. So, but I know if I crank it all the way up to 1 that it can take like forever to compute. So, but let's crank it up. Now you see when I crank this up, this is on the cube. I don't see any difference here. Okay? Nothing seems to have changed in the scene, so it has to do with how it does its computation. And then this random seed, what is that? I don't know, because this program does not come with a documentation that I could find. So maybe the documentation got stuck somewhere other than my Daz 3D library content, because I checked that folder. I did a search for everything that had Gescon in the title. So let's go here. Now let's bring this precision up. Now we're going to click the cube because that's what we want to take and chop out. And then we'll select the cone and select difference again. Now this may not work because I did crank that up, the precision, a lot. Now this surface adaptivity, what is that? So I think this is just ran into pi again. That's the thing, it could only think that far and it ran out of zeros. We'll give it a moment to possibly empty its buffers and try again. The thing is that this right now, this cube is full of lots and lots and lots of little teeny squares. And the cone is the cone has sub D surface on it, I believe. Now this says CSG operation running. I don't know. Oh, construction solid geometry. So I wonder if Gescon stands for geometry solid construction. Geometry solid. Because, and like I said, it has to be a solid. It can't be a plane. It has to be closed geometry to do this. So this isn't going to work. So let's close this down. Close. Close. And reopen. It's going to reopen on my other monitor again. Okay. All right, let's close it down again. So it opens on this monitor at least. I don't have to keep switching back and forth. All right, here we go. Let's see if this will open. There we go. This is a tool, okay? This is a tool that you can use. So we have to just be more careful here. Now we go with the cube. Let's bring this cube down to 50. So we're just not dealing with quite as much geometry. Size, let's bring it to 1 meter. And then we'll bring in our cone. And that's 50. Size, let's go 2 meters. No, I didn't want another cube. I want, all right, cone. Length 2. All right, so this gives us a longer cone that goes all the way through. So so now we're going to go back here. Let's save this file. Let's save as. Guess. Gescon test. Yes, replace it. Okay, so we'll go back into Gescon. And all right, now let's this UV map selection. It could be this where we're going to be left with a cube, so we might as well go with cubic. So we'll bring this up just a little bit, like there. And let's click our cube, which is our first one. Let's save this again. Okay, difference, then cone, difference. All right, it looks like it cut it out. Oh, wow. So this time we have a little bit better precision. The precision seems to work. Let's go inside here. Let's take a little trip inside our cone. Let's put a texture on this Gescon thing here. Object. Shaders. Let's see what happens. What kind of... Now I might have to put... I just thought of it. I might have to put iRay on it first. Let's go with plastic. That didn't work. All right, let's just go to shaders. It may not have an iRay texture on it, so it may not accept. Okay, we're in the wrong place. Surfaces. Okay, let's try this again. Default. Shade is. Okay, and we got to go to iRay. Well, we don't have to, but we'll go down to iRay. Let's put an Uber base on it. That didn't do anything, which kind of tells me it already has one. All right. Let's do this again. Now, how it decided to put this texture in here, and it looks like our cone. It doesn't look like it cut out of that sphere properly. It's hard to say, but it just doesn't look like... That could be just the way the texture's laying inside. Okay, because when I see a very sharp conical shape inside when I put my... So I think it's just the texture, the way that it's the UV has laid the UV inside here. Because from the outside, it's got 4 different... So the outside, it laid it in, you know, like cubic. It knew, it didn't try to put a 1 around the whole thing. It did it like, didn't do it spherically. It put cubic. It's got, but inside it put 4 different things, like it didn't know what to do with this inside surface. So how would we fix this so that the inside has a different... So let's see what happens when we go to surface. Which one is this? Now, I don't use this a lot. Surface selection. All right, now that whole inside is selected. That is cool. So we could now create... How do we do this? Surface editor. Interior. So it gives us that whole area where the other object And so we go here to default UV. I'm not sure how we change that. So, but we could go to the geometry editor. Where is that? Tools. Geometry editor. Then we could regions, interior. Create a selection type. And we go to select we go to geometry assign, create a face group from selected. Let's call this interior inside. That's just so we have a different word here. Okay, there's our inside. So now we should be able to go into surfaces. Let's get out of geometry editor. I think I could have done it anyway with the other object, but let's see now. Surface. I don't see it here. There should be something here that says inside. Border. What's the border? And interior. Exterior. Interior. Let's just try to put something different on the interior. Okay, but it's got a weird mapping. So we select this interior again. Let's go back to geometry editor. Face group. Okay, so we have to create a surface group, not a face group. Let's delete that face group. Okay, I don't think, remove selected group. Okay. Now let's go back to interior surfaces. Select connected. Selection, select connected. Oh, that selected the whole thing. That didn't work. Okay, interior. Now let's go to this group here. Scale. No, that's not scale. We want to go to surface selection. Okay, it looks like we have that selected. So we go right click. We go to the geometry. Okay, right click. So we go to geometry editor. Interior, select that. Then we go here. We go create a surface from selected. And let's call this inside. All right, now we should be able to, that says inside. Now we should be able to put surfaces. We go to editor, inside. No, it used the same. Oh, it looks like it had something selected inside here. It selected just that patch. It didn't select the whole surface. Okay. All right, let's go back here. Now I'm kind of like going into an area that I'm not really All right, so I'm not really familiar with blend pattern, how this works, but we go back to the geometry editor and we remove that group. Okay. Now it left a hole there. That's weird. Interior. So selection, select. Where is select none? Clear selection. Okay. Now we go back to our surfaces. Interior. Let's put a different. It's like it's lost that ability to that little patch. Isn't that weird? It's kind of disappointing how this works because this is just not usable the way this is, okay? It should be working with this and with sub D. And this is just really ragged. Now, let's see if I can find Bryce. Bryce is like, you know, a 15-year-old, 20-year-old program. And when I take and put a sphere in here, I have to see if I can remember how to do this. And we put a cone in here. Let's make the cone tall. And we take the sphere. We go to attributes. And we make this, which the sphere would be positive. Okay. The cone would be negative. And then we select them both together. Okay, something's wrong here. We draw a square, another thing you can't do in. And then we group them. No, not ungroup, ungroup. What do we do? Attributes. Intersect. No, that didn't work. Group them. We should group them. And then we go to render. Okay, so I did something wrong here. I think what we have to do is group them. Go back into wireframe. Let's make this a little larger. That didn't work. File. Oh, this one here. That's the render resolution. This one would be, okay. Why is that so large? Okay. Document setup. Let's go 800. There, it's a little bigger. Let's go 900. Document setup 900. About 1,000. Okay, so ungroup. All right, so we're going to go back to the attributes here. Now we select this one. I did something weird to it. I intersected it. No, we want to go negative. Okay. That's negative. This one is positive. Then we group them. That didn't work. Forgot how to move things around here. Let's see what this looks like in render. Yes. See, and notice notice how perfectly that worked. And the geometry isn't, you know, that much finer, but this is so, you know, so there's there's something inherently different about the geometry. Let's let's finish this render. Look at how precise that is. It's just broken. I mean, this ability is broken in. We go back to wireframe. And let's take this sphere. Okay, let's ungroup these. Let's put a, let's zoom in on this. Let's move it up. And let's take and go look at it from a little bit at an angle, like a perspective view. Okay. Let's take this sphere, this cone, and we'll put a material on the cone. Let's see, we go to just simple. Where's simple? There's one called simple or something. Miscellaneous, yeah. And we'll make this, well, let's give it something a little organic, something a little bit cool looking. This one, clown spots. So we'll give that one some clown spots, and we'll take a quick render. And as you can see, we got some clown spots on that. And then we go to, I don't know why I'm all crouped up today. Well, I did start the day off fasting, and that usually does it to me. Then we'll put some kind of material on the sphere. Something cool. Leopard spots. Why not? All right. So all I had to do was select this and go into this attributes. And this is the negative. And it says transfer material of negative Boolean. So watch what happens, how cool this is. None of this is part of this Gescon. I can't do any of this. And then we have the sphere, we go attributes, and this is the positive. And then all I do is, oopsie doops, edit, Control Z. Let's go here for a moment so I can grab them. Select them, group them, and then this thing goes around them. But let's go back now and look at this so we can look at it from an angle. Let's look at it from an angle, this angle. And then when we render this, you can see, you can't tell this from that, but let's take this object and let's rotate it. As you can see, I obviously have expertise using this program. Let's turn it towards the sun. And let's turn our camera so that we can see into this. Now we render this. And as you can see, it not only left the outer texture on the outside, but it transferred the texture from the cone on the inside, which is helpful. You can tell it not to do that. And let's go here and see what happens when we take this texture and when we take this object and we ungroup them. Then we go to our cone. Which one is our cone here? Oh, I think the cone is still okay. How do we select the cone? We just want the cone. I might be under the ground here. Okay, I think I have to do it here. Select. Okay, I think I can get rid of this plane here, and that might make, yeah, now we can go. Now we can, so we take now, I go to here, and we tell it, don't transfer your material. Just chop it out. And then we select this, and then we group them again, and then we render this again. And see how nicely it just laid that material inside of our object. It laid the same material inside. And we have this beautiful line here. Just perfect precision. Like, I don't believe that there's a way for me in this program to grab the surface in here and like select, like in Daz, I can grab this surface and select it and do a whole, I can go in here and select this surface, which I thought it would, because it's, let's go to surfaces. Let's select this interior surface. You'd think that because I have it selected like this, that it would be selected. But it's not. That's what's selected, that little dot. Unselect. All right, what if I say select, connected. See, it selects the whole thing. It's like dumb. It doesn't know that I have this interior area. Okay, we go right here to geometry selections. Select, shrink selection. Geometry selection, shrink selection. It's not shrinking anything. Okay, geometry. Okay, see, and it's not a copy selected surface now. The whole thing is selected, so I don't want that. I don't want to copy this. You'd think theoretically, now it just went there, I probably went over. Yeah, it did. So I can hold the Alt. So I would have to sit and select this all manually to select, to turn this into, well, it's already a, you know, obviously I was able to turn this into, so it's like, Why is this so jagged? You know, that's the question. Why can't we get real Boolean? And I believe, you know, I asked us, like, why don't we have Boolean stuff like we had in Bryce? And that was the answer that I got in the forums, was that it's that Daz uses a different kind of model for its geometry. So so I don't know. Let's see, what if we grow selection, geometry selection, grow selection. So, and it would grow outside of here. So these pieces here just grow outside then. So that doesn't help either. So it's not where Bryce knew, it could sense somehow that this was touching the geometry of the other object. Look at that precision. I mean, it's just wow. We go here and we ungroup them. Select our, now the reason why that this cone is like that is because it's the negative. Why can't I select this now? Oh, I'm out of the selection mode here. I'm in. Go back to create, and now I should be able to, maybe. Edit. Materials lab. I forgot why I can't select now. Align. There's a tool here, perhaps. Okay, it's worth. Okay, we can select through here. Select cone. And the reason why this is dotted is because this is the negative. So we go back into material, or we have this little dotted material. Let's try a different material here. The smoking caterpillar. So then we go into the attributes. Now see, this is the negative. We say transfer material. We select that. Then we can draw the square around these again. Group them. And we can move this around, and now we should see this smoking caterpillar. See how nicely that works? So this is the, I think that might be the sun in the sky. I'm not, oh, that's the hole being created. The sun is going through there and landing on some kind of surface. I'm not sure what it is that it's landing on, but it's coming through that little hole and shining on some sort of surface that's down there. There might be water down here or something. I'm not sure what's down there. But yeah, why is there such this discrepancy? So let's take this, a little picture of this. Okay, we'll go zoom in on this a little more. Zoom. Okay, like that. Like this. And we should be able to move it over there like that. Okay, let's render this. Okay. And we'll go File. And see, these things have smoothing modifiers as well. So we go Export Image, Desktop, and we don't need this. I think we can do a JPEG. No, this was before JPEGs became popular. So we got PNGs. We'll do a PNG. And this is the desktop, and this is called Boolean Bryce. Desktop. All right, there's Boolean and Bryce. And then we'll go here to Daz, and we'll switch out our, we'll take this, get rid of this cube. We'll get rid of the cube. And we'll keep the cone, and we'll put in a sphere. And we'll go 200. We'll give it a chance. All right, that's with 200 segments and 1 diameter. Turn on the cone. And let's So what we do now is we go to our Gescon. Let's put some kind of texture on here, on the cone, on the sphere. We know that we want it to be spherical, because what we'll be left with is our sphere. Let's go into translate mode here. And now so the sphere, I wish putting surfaces were as easy, but I have to like go and look all over everywhere for. Okay, so let's put some kind of texture on this. These textures don't even, those others are algorithmic textures, and there are different kinds, but I sometimes think those textures in Bryce were kind of easier to use as well. And at least they were there. They're not like hidden. It's like all of my textures in Daz seem to be hidden in the runtime. They don't even show up here. And I bought so many textures that just don't even show up in the program. I don't know how to access them, but they're not here. So I would say hundreds and hundreds of dollars worth of textures just don't even show up in the. All right, let's put this here. There's one. And I mean, it looks like it's cutting that off. No, it's not intersecting. It's not interacting with the geometry at all here. So let's go like this kind of thing and like this. There are definitely things in Daz that totally supersede anything in Bryce, but then again, let's put this on. Okay, we got to select the cone here. All right, so now these have different textures. Okay, so let's save this so we don't have to go back when. So we go into Gescon, and it says discard current surfaces in UV map. So if I click that, it should leave the current surfaces, you know? And so we select now our sphere, which is number 1. And we select, then now it's saying to select the cone, which is number 2. Now the sphere should have its surface left on it, you know. It probably won't. And I think I made the sphere too complex. It's locked up again. It's just all I really want to do is achieve that same kind of thing that, I don't know. It could be, what it could be is that this right here is being done with the computer. This is being done with the brain of the computer. This is being done with the brain of the PC, okay, with the CPU, okay? This in here, okay, we'll open that back up. File, open recent, Gescon test. This is being done with the graphics card, okay? So that alone could be the reason, because the graphics card may not be able to handle this kind of math. The graphics card can only handle the kind of math it can handle, and that's it. And so it would make sense then that, and I don't know, that's just a guess of mine. But now let's go back into this Gescon, and I've got to obviously bring, okay, the precision got back to 1 again. And we're going to discard the current surfaces. We're going to leave the current surfaces. So we select the sphere, and hopefully this doesn't. And then we select the cone. Come on. Okay, so this time we got lucky, okay? We actually, it kept one surface on, okay? The outer surface of the sphere, but the inner surface, and look at this. So this is the picture we want, all right? We want to render this. So let's put a beautiful little tablecloth underneath it so that, let's put a, let's see what this looks like. Okay, see, this has got some kind of blue underground thing. So we'll just go to the environment tab here, and we'll do background drop, and we'll make it blue. Just to kind of give it. I kind of wish they hadn't done that with Bryce, because what would have been nice is to be able to use this. Now I can take this right here, let's select this, and the thing is when I go to take this and it says Daz Studio, choose Studio, and I don't think this remembers anymore. It's that died. There used to be a way, and choose the version of Daz Studio to run, and there's no version to choose. So even that has died, and there used to be a way, but there's no way to import this into. So let's go and file export object. Let's see if we can export this object. So it's selected, all right, I believe. So file, export object, export image. Oh, I guess maybe it isn't selected. Or maybe it just won't let me. How do I zoom out of this a little bit? Okay, and zoom up like this. See this? It doesn't see this as an object. Export See, it says export object. Now, that's unfortunate. What's this? C. Okay, I think what that just did was it melded that into an object. C is like a conform or something. Now let's see if this is an object. File, export object. So let's go to desktop and all right, and we'll create a new folder. We'll call this Bryce export. Bryce export. And what we want to do is we want to export this as an OBJ mesh. Okay, and then we take this, move it aside a little bit. File, import, Daz, desktop, Bryce, export. I don't see it. It's okay. Now let's go to Bryce. Okay, I think it's like little teeny tiny. So let's try to scale it up. Parameters. Mesh, scale it. Oh, it's up overhead. Now look at this, see? Now is that not cool or what? Now we go scale this down again. Scale it down to 50%. And now we go and zoom down on it. Move it down a little bit. Scale it down to 10%. I think that's going to be too small. 25. And let's see where we're at here. Now something happened with the texture because these, if you notice here in this, maybe it didn't, I don't know. Let's go to render, control R, is it? No, that didn't work, doesn't work here. No. Yeah, see, the texture didn't, but you know, I don't think that's that bad of a thing because I'll bet this mesh here, speaking of mesh, I'll bet this has a couple of zones as well. And so look at this beautiful precision. And now we go into this mesh piece. And I go to surfaces. And let's see what happens when we go into the editor. And look at this. We have two surfaces. This is beautiful. So now I can take and change the surface here to the base color. We can just go and take this surface here and go with our horizontal, which is really nice. This means that I'm looking at a Bryce texture that's been that I've been able to import into Daz. And then we go into the horizontal tiles. Let's go 5. And the vertical tiles, 5. And we've got pretty much the same thing now. We go now where the internal texture. We go, and this is very different because that actually looked like it had bumps and all kinds of, it looked like it, I don't see any of that here. I see only one color. It's just the base color that got brought in, which is fine. I have better shaders in Bryce. I believe, yes, I have better shaders, but in so we'll go to 4. Let's go to 5 again here, and then we go to the vertical tiles, 5. And we have the same kind of idea. So this is a comparison of, let's see, I think this one looks a little larger. So we go with this parameters and we'll go 22. All right. And so what we're looking at here is, and when we rotate it, okay, and now let's look at, okay, Y, rotate. Let's look at the geometry in these two different items. Wireframe. Now, it would look like, you see, this is because the Gescon changed the geometry. It changed the geometry into this really weird kind of geodesic geometry, or it's not even that. I don't know what it is. It's some kind of octagonal geometry where this has retained, where it just did a much better job with the geometry. So, all right, so the bottom line is some things you're not, if you can take and export your object out of Daz Studio and into Bryce, and then do the switcheroo in there and bring it back in and still retain your textures and retain, that may be the way to go, because this just, it doesn't seem to have the kind of fidelity that is needed to do this kind of work. The precision that I'm seeing here, okay, and where this just kind of works in this case, and this, if you crank the precision up too much, you end up having to restart your Daz. It just locks up. It just doesn't even. It doesn't even say, I can't compute this, please try a lower thing. It just basically goes till the end until it goes, and it's dead, you know? It just it doesn't have any knowledge to say, this is too high, you know, of a value. Lower the value unless, you know, so let's render this. So we're going to do a little bit of okay, so we'll render this image. Let's go to render settings. I don't want to render it at 10,000 or 13,000 here. So we'll go to general and we'll render this at 2,000. And let's go to progressive render, maximum samples. Okay, and let's go to turn that off, and let's render this now. And you know, it just brings, it makes, it brings new meaning. Look at how beautiful this is. And now the texture is obviously isn't, that could be remedied. I could just put a Daz texture on it, on this. It's not a repeating texture. I mean, it's seamless texture. It's probably there's a seam also with this. Now I'm seeing some kind of aberration here. So, but the geometry is like really perfect how Bryce handled this. So if you need a wall with a hole in it, I would say take it into Bryce. Here, let's take and go out of here. Let's take our other example here. Now let's take our cube. All right, we take our cube. I don't think I even have to change anything about this cube. I just basically take this cube and size it the way I want it, which would be here. As you can see, I'm quite proficient with this program. And then I would size it this way and size it this way. Let's turn our camera. Okay. Y. Like this. Now let's put a sphere. No, we don't want a sphere. We want a cylinder. And we want to rotate the cylinder. That's the wrong way. Edit, undo. Okay, let's try this way. Yes. And now we take and go into the properties of that. And we want that at 90 degrees. And then we move this up. This is resize. This is up and over. Oh, well, I think we're going to have to do that too. Okay, now let's take a look at this from the top and see what it looks like. Well, we got to move it in here. Well, we could just make it longer. Okay, and then we look at it again from the front to make sure it's all hunky-dory. And we go, actually, that's, I don't want it quite that big. Like about a window size, like for a wall. Like a little window, a little round window. I just threw it off from the center, which is okay, I guess. And there used to be, I think I can just click on it and drag it. No. Because I can't, it's behind there. Yikes. Okay, there used to be a way to just drag it, but okay, select the cylinder and then move it this way. Okay, let's look at it from the front. Does that look right? Okay, from the top, and we can this way. All right, now we go back to our camera view from, I guess we were doing the director's view. And we can move it this way, I guess. No, not that way. This way. Just try to do it about right. Okay, from the front. Okay, that doesn't work. from back to the director's view. This is kind of a skewed off view, but so we select this. We want this as our negative. We might as well transfer it so we have a second texture there. Then we select this, go to attributes. This is our positive. Then we select them both and we group them. And then we go to render and we have a hole in the wall. And look at how precise and clean that is. And I didn't have to change any kind of anything. It's just smart enough to know, hey, we don't want a jagged, ragged kind of hole. We want something precise. So then we go here to, okay, we right click, we go out of here. Now back to our wire shade. Then we click on this C, and that just, look at the precision here. Look at what it did. This is, so now we have an object. We can go File, Export Object. And this was Mesh 1. This is Mesh 3. We'll call this Wall with Hole. See, this is what I needed. OBJ. All right, then we open up this again, and okay, we'll save this in my PAG. This is cones sphere Bryce Daz. Yep. Cone sphere, Bryce Daz, save. You know, and this is saved in the PNG file. The thing is that if the creator of Alvin, who made, what's going on here? If Alvin had could have brought this precision into Daz, he probably would have. So, I mean, it looks like he worked really hard at this. I wonder if it's just not possible, you know, and that's the thing. Is so we now go here to, we have this saved. So we go File, Save. This is our Gescon test. Then we go New. Then we'll say File, Save As, Scene 2. Okay. And we're going to import now. File, Import, Wall with the hole. Let's import it in Bryce style, Bryce in Poser Daz format, and see what happens. It's probably there, that little teeny wall with a hole. It is. It's just way too small. So let's scale it up. Parameters. So this is our wall with the hole. And now we take this here and we click Array O, and we have a wall with a perfect little hole in it. And now let's see about putting, now what happens is we have this hole. We can extrude this, so we can make this wall a little bit longer, a little taller, a little wider, and still Our hole in the center is perfect. Okay, and we could also put a little bit of, now I'm not sure exactly what kind of a geometry we're looking at here, because I don't know if I could put geometry. See, that just warped the heck out of it. See the sub D? Because there's not enough geometry in there, so I would have to turn this off. Parameters, sub D has got to be turned off. Okay, so sub D doesn't work with it, but there might be, okay, I'm not sure how to even get rid of it. I think I just destroyed my wall. Okay, so let's go back in File, Import, Wall with Hole. This time let's import it with Bryce's coordinates. And Bryce is a lot bigger of a world here. Everything is big in Bryce. So we don't need it that big. Another material, and that's this little material around the edge. I could put a different material there, or the same material, but it gives me that option, okay? Which we didn't, well, it did work actually, but it, again, we got this horrible, like it looked like somebody punched their fist through a wall. I mean, so, you know, in a way, this Gescon, it's kind of laughable. The comparison, it's not doing what it's supposed to do. All right, this is what it's supposed to do, and it's not doing that. So let's go now into, and I'm not blaming the artist who made it, because they may have run up against a wall with no hole in it, and they really couldn't do anything to get beyond that because of the limitations, because of how Daz Studio works. And I don't know enough about this to change anything. I don't know enough about this to say why. Okay, I'm not that smart. I'm not smart enough to know what to do with this. So, okay, I picked the wrong texture. That's the one on the inside. So we'll go with this, and look at this. Now we have a stone wall. And what we're going to do is make this stone a little bit. It's just way too big. So look at that. Let's go with another kind of stone. But I am so pleased with this. This just gave me Boolean objects. Bryce. So Bryce, you know, Bryce is the plugin. This is what you need to get Boolean objects is Bryce. So, and you know, so I would invest in Bryce and do just what I did, and then you can have your Boolean objects in Bryce. It melds them together perfectly. It works really nice. Let's see if we can find something really cool. We got some stone here, like cobblestone or something. Look at that brick wall. Look at that. Now it's doesn't have much. It's got more shape than it does sandstone. I have some really nice walls, so stone walls. I went nuts buying stone stuff. This is 1K. Look at that. Oh my gosh. And this is 4K. This is the same thing in 4K. And you get up close to this and wow. Look at this. See, this is what, and so we just take and go to the editor and make the inside piece as well. The same texture. And we have, and then we can take and go Where's the displace? I think this makes it actually real 3D. This like gives it displace high. Displacement is actual. Look how the side has like a different overlay. It's very smartly done. And we have another one here, 4K this. That's the inside. Oh, I was putting displacement on the inside. So let's go to the editor here and let's go back to presets 4K. Look at that. And then we can take our displacement here. Yeah, see, this just gave it a really nice depth to it. And then we can take this stone wall here, and it's seamless. So the way Bryce works with Daz in this particular case is kind of seamless. You just export your object and bring it in, and it allows you to take these. So we go to take that object and, okay, horizontal tiles. Let's go 5 and 5. Let's go even smaller. Well, I think that's about as high as I always want, because you see right now we've got this same exact stone over here. So I think I'd go like 4 and 4. And then you don't have the same exact stone in the same wall section. Now on the floor you might not notice it as much, but on a wall you might notice it where you have the same exact rock, and I don't think anywhere here I have the same exact rock. So this is the 4K texture. It fills the whole wall. So now there are other parts to this Gescon. You got intersection, you got difference, and you got fracture, which it breaks things apart. Let's take this wall, and I don't know what would how to do the fracture part. Okay, I'm not return. Let's see what happens. Wall with hole. Okay, fracture. So I'm not sure how to use the fracture, and of course this didn't come with see, as soon as this product came out, I bought it, and I'm you know, yeah, I'm disappointed in it. It's like it's not it doesn't really work, okay? So if I take, now we have one wall here. So this is the Bryce wall. Look at how lovely that is. And we're going to do the same kind of thing here. We'll put a cube in the scene with 50 divisions. I didn't even have to deal with the divisions at all. 50 is quite a bit, but we'll take the cube here, put the cube in the scene. And we have to now scale the cube. This was the same thing I had to do in Bryce. Parameters, Z. We'll bring it down to 1. Okay, that did it, but let's go to 2 instead. And then we will turn this like this. And that would be 90 degrees. And then we scale it X. And Y, scale. Okay. And let's zoom out a little bit. A little bit more X. And a little bit less Y. And we move it up. Y translate. Okay, we'll go a little bit more Y. Y translate. Okay. And then we move it over a little bit. More X. We'll move it back so they're both about the same place. Okay. And we go Y a little bit more. And we move it over a little bit more. Okay. And we translate it. I think it's Z. Yeah, like that. And we can go a little bit more with our length here, Z. Oh, that's the depth. Edit, undo. Control Z. Let's see. X. All right. So now we need to move it ahead a little bit. Okay, that's close enough. Y translate, just bring it down a little bit up. Okay, and let's Y scale it a little bit. I'm such a perfectionist here. Now let's insert, okay, save this. This is our Gescon test 2. Left is a Bryce Boolean, right is a Daz Boolean. So we go here, and we're going to put in a cylinder. This is with 100. Let's move our cylinder over here. Okay, wall cube. Let's turn this all front. Let's put this all in a group. Create a group. Objects. Now we can turn them all so that they're facing the front. Okay, 90. Okay, let's now, so now when I move things, I know what this is across. Well, it's actually not, because I think I just threw the geometry off on that. So let's put in a cylinder. Okay, where's the cylinder? All right, Z should bring it ahead. Okay, where is it? Okay, Z. Now things are the right. Scale it. It's roughly the size of our hole. X translate. Okay, now this is not the same thickness as our other, so we're going to go, if I make it like as thin as the paper, yeah, it will cut it fairly good, clean out of it, but it's a little bit more. And Z, X, all these are thrown off now. Okay, but that's okay. Now we got to move this up. Y translate. Okay. Okay. Now, is that actually cutting through there? Yeah, it is. What's the Z scale? You don't need it to be that long. All right. That's roughly, okay. Save this again. So now let's put we have our cube and cylinder. We don't want this in here, so unparent that. And so, all right, we'll do our Gescon thing now on it. It doesn't matter about the UVs, because so we're going to click the cube first, which is this big thing, and we'll turn these off. Okay, cube. We'll go planar. Now we can't get fracture to work, so cancel operation. Okay, let's see now. Planar. Let's take our cube. Difference. Cylinder. Difference. Well, it didn't work. I think I got to bring this precision up a little more. All right, let's try this again. Difference. It like doesn't work half the time too. Cylinder. Oh, isn't that pretty? Let's undo this. Oh, I don't think I can undo it. Edit. Now edit. See, there's not even an undo to this either. That's... Oh, okay. This created a new object. So the undo is you just delete the object and then turn them back on again. Okay, so what? Let's look at the geometry here. See, I mean, there is a fair amount of geometry here. It shouldn't be creating like those. So let's see now. What have we got here? I think this is beautiful how this created this. From the corners, it just brought these pieces in like that. And if I put sub D on this, I can't put sub D on it because it messes up. So, all right. I think there might be a way to see, because I don't know that in Bryce I can add more geometry to this. Attributes. Micro polygon size. Let's go to 3. See, so there's something here. That's interesting, because if I were to just add some more of these polygons, like to 8 maybe, and save this, then I might actually be, I don't see it giving any more polygons in here though. Okay, so that's interesting. I might have to do that before I put them together. Okay, so we take now this. Let's try again here. Cube, and the cube is our first one. And let's do precision, a little more precision. Let's try a random seed. I don't know what that'll do. And try the planar top. Current, okay, so we're going to go cube, so difference. So we select that. Select this cylinder, difference again. And it didn't work. Let's go back to planar lateral. Okay, cube, difference, cylinder. So that didn't work. Let's bring the random seed back to this. Bring the precision down some. Cube, difference, cylinder. All right. Cylindrical. All right, cube, difference. So that didn't work. Random seed. How about we go, can we get to 1? All right. And planar lateral. Precision. Let's bring this up some more, like there. It's probably going to lock. Let's save this. Cube. Difference. Cylinder. There we go. All right. That's the difference. There we go. So this is at least better than... So let's take and delete this. And let's go back in. Now that we got something that kind of works. Let's just inch this up a little more. Difference. Cylinder. Difference. See, so that is not that much better. Let's see what happens when we keep inching the precision up. I don't think it's going to do. See, it's doing something here. This is interesting. But I don't think that that's what we're looking for. What if we add some, take this now and add, create, object, geometry. See, we still have these gigantic chunks of stuff coming through. So I would have to make this like really, 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 really fine. So fine, okay, that it would be like the only thing I could use in the scene to obtain this same result. It's like why this couldn't create the same thing, I'm not sure. So, but this, now my cube is, my sphere is a little bit small. Let's make it a little bigger and exaggerate how bad this is. So let's take the cylinder and scale it up some. Parameters, scale. And now go back to our cube, select, cylinder, select. Okay, so that's what we're looking at. Let's take this take the textures off of our other object. So save this. This is going to be our A/B test here. And now we go to our wall with hole. And let's go to surfaces. And let's just select this whole thing and put the Uber base on it, if we can find it. There it is. Well, all right, let's try material 1. Material 2. Wow. It's not applying it. Well, let's try a different Uber base. Alright, I had a bunch of them. Wall with hole. There's another one, I think, maybe. Let's go back to shaders. Okay, let's unparent this. Might have a problem being inside that objects folder. Wall with hole. Shaders. Turn this off. It's definitely that over base. It's the wrong one or something. Reset all. There we go. Okay, now this got to do the same thing to the inside. And that's what we have. Okay. Bryce Boolean versus Daz Boolean. So let's zoom out a little bit more here. And then we can scale this a little more. Okay. I don't want this to be too much wider because that's kind of unfair, but it's obvious that it's just not right. Okay. Let's go straight on from the front. Okay. Let's give this cube the same texture if we can. Cube, surfaces. There. And it looks like we've got it. Save this. And let's put some kind of color background here just to make it interesting. The blue backdrop. Blue. Our same little blue backdrop. And set up our render settings. 3000 I think is what we wanted. Maximum samples general 3000. 2000 is good. Alright, let's get a render. Thank you for the likes, people. Thank you, thank you. Alright. Okay. That's enough. Okay. Yes, that's 3000 iterations. Okay, this is cube cylinder CYLEND CYLEND. I think that's how you spell that. Suddenly my brain is gone kaput. CYLINDER. Okay. Sorry, people. Oh, that was bad. CYLINDER. Let's hear it goes. Up. Okay. CYLENDAR is how I spelled it. CYLINDER. Cylinder. Okay, cylinder. Okay, we're going to take this out of here and put it on my desktop. Okay, we're going to take this and find some answers today. And this, so then we're going to go, this was called Boolean. I wonder if I spelled that right as well, but let's see. I think I did spell that right. Okay, Boolean. No, okay, it would be, let's try Bryce. Okay, Bryce Daz, here we go. Control X. And let's put this here as well. The now we're going to open this up in Open with Adobe Photoshop. Hello. I don't know why I can't get. All right. This is now going to be Bryce. Okay, and we're going to take this like that. And that's going to be 30 point. And move. And we want to call it to go with something Bryce. And a color that's going to show up, maybe yellow. All right. And we want to go here, Daz. Daz 3D. Let's see if I'm spelling this right. Boolean, B-O-O-L-I-A-N, I think. I don't, E-A-N, I think it is. B-O-O-L-E-A-N. Boolean, EAN, Boolean, denoting from algebraic notes to represent logical prepositions, especially in computing and electronics. A binary variable having two possible values, true and false. Boolean, Boolean, subtraction, we'll call this. Boolean subtraction. And we'll call this, we'll go here. We'll give this a different color. And we'll make this smaller. Okay, there's file, save a copy. So I don't think we do need to. We're going to just go save. Save on your computer. Oh, this is only going to offer me this. Why did you have to change all this stuff? Save a copy. JPEG. Okay. Save that. 12. There's one. And then we go here. Cylinder cube. Open with. And we'll just take our same text here. Control copy. Paste. Copy, paste, and copy, paste. File, save a copy. JPEG. 12. Now let's see if we've got these. All right, so we've got this one. All right, don't save this. Don't save that. Okay, so we have these two. Okay. Oh, well, thank you, Pat. That was very nice of you. Very nice of you to say. Thanks for the good-looking compliment. I appreciate it. Blush, blush. So, yeah, thank you very, very much. Very nice of you. So, this is going to do it for me. I'm happy today because going into Bryce and doing those Booleans and exporting the object as an OBJ file just gave me my wall, because pretty much I just wanted a wall with a hole in it. And because this, then I can put things in here like glass mirrors, round things that sunlight can shine through, and I can put them into here fairly well. But the only problem that I'm having now, and edit undo, is when I try to put, so what I'm going to do is one more test here. Now what I did was I went to this and I said micro polygon size. Let's see what happens when I take this object. So we go X out of here. We go edit, undo, edit, undo. And if I can go back, all right, this is where we step back and we go into this thing here. And we now, what we do is we take this group, ungroup them, then we select this cube here. Select our cube. We go into here, and we have this micro polygon size. And see, I don't see a way. What's this? Brush editor. Distribution instances, cylinder 1. And I think Bryce is going to lock up on me now. So, I'm not going to close that yet. So Bryce, oh, okay. So we're just going to get, it did come back. Now, objects. So what we did was we put, okay, we go to create, and this, delete that. We go to this here, and this, okay, origin, position, rotate, size, show as a box. See, so this is one difference that I'm not seeing, is that I'm not seeing a way of putting this object into the scene and changing its initial geometry. See, I'm only seeing I can go into attributes, linking, animation, show as ribbons, make, okay, I thought there was a way of actually adding more geometry to these objects. What's this? I. Okay, we'll go back out of there. X out of here. Now I've done something really weird here. So, we'll delete this now. What if I hit okay, delete that. Alternate. Delete, hold shift. Okay, that's weird. When I held shift, it gave me this tall delete. That's weird. It just gave me a rectangular cube instead of a cube. So let's see, when I right click, that's what it does, is a cube. So that, now I wonder if these stones, the stones are all, put this stone in here. Can I make a Boolean stone? Can I make my object go through this stone? All right. And we go here to this. And like that. And so we select the stone, and we make that general positive, and we select our cylinder. That's already negative. And we grab them both, group them, and then we go around here. And let's see what happens when we render this. I don't see it. Maybe I didn't make the cylinder. Okay, let's go back here. Because I'm seeing that maybe there are limitations here. Ungroup. Okay, the cylinder. How do we select the cylinder? Attributes, that's negative. Okay, this should have worked. Shoulda, coulda, maybe. Mighta, woulda. Okay, Y transfer. All right, and we hold shift. And then we group them. And see that didn't work. You see, because this maybe because the stones have more like of a freeform kind of geometry. Ungroup. Attributes. Okay, it's not. Okay, so this would be positive. For some reason, I didn't have that selected. And this. Okay, so let's see if we can get them together now. Group them. Okay, render. Okay, see, so this worked. And not only did it work, we have now a hole in our stone. But there again, we have this beautiful this perfect precision. Well, it's interesting now. So that we have subtraction with the rocks too. Now, I know that there is a way to make more geometry in these. And you can do it right in Daz. Let's delete this. Okay, let's grab this. All right, I know there is. There's a way to make the mesh more complex. Create. Let's put a sphere in here now. Let's scale this sphere up some more. I know there is a way to do it. Now I'm freaking out Daz again. I mean Bryce. Okay. Used to be able to just select things and move it around, and now I guess I'm just not used to I thought we could just move stuff around before. I think there is a way to do it, but that's the material lab. No, this would be okay. And over here. Okay, I know there was a way to make more mesh here. Okay, let's see if we can find this out on how to add more okay. Changing render resolution. ZBrush. Now this says Bryce 3D, not okay, resolution. Let's see if we can do a search here. Control F. Resolution. I don't think it's searching that. Control F. Mesh. Converted meshes. Rocks and imported meshes. 44 and 45. Okay, I think we should bring us down. Convert Boolean to mesh is 77. Rocks and imported meshes. Select by mesh. Those are importing. I know there was like a button that you pushed. Oh, now I can move it. Suddenly it's just R. If you click on the, if you can actually get a hold of one of the lines, I think you can actually move them around. Yeah, I actually like the interface here in the ability to draw a square around a bunch of things and select them. You can't do that in Daz, and I miss that really bad. So I know there's a way to do this, to add, edit. What's this? Randomize. Okay. That's the material lab. World Center, auto-based align. Upscale. What did that doesn't look like it did anything to it. There used to be a smooth option, and I don't see that here either now. I don't think it's maybe for okay, wireframe resolution, here we go. Now I don't know that changes it. Okay, let's go back to here. Oh, look at this, 128. So there we go. So we can take now our create, put our little box in here. See, that doesn't work. Selected. Static. That's what I'm not seeing, is the ability to change the cube. Depth cube. Let's put a sphere in here. Okay. This is one thing that does make it kind of alternate tab. Okay, oh. Back to Bryce. All right. Now that definitely made the... I used to be able to just grab these things. Just always grab them. Okay, well, you can always move them around this way, but this is just kind of sucks. All right, now wireframe selected. I don't know that that's actually moving, changing motion. Okay, when you have it in motion, all right, so we move it and then it switches to a very high resolution and then it goes back. Okay, and then we have, okay, I just figured something out. Okay, so you don't, all right, what we're going to do is go back to our example. Get rid of this. Let's go back to our cube. Let's look through our camera view. Let's start using our camera. View from the top. Now this is what I always do with my camera. Well, I am so used to. Okay. Now I think I've messed something up here because now there's no handle here. Let's close this down. Don't save. Let's open Bryce back up. Bryce. So now we look at this from the top. Okay, what's this? Nano editor. I can't get it to do it, to move or... Okay, R. T. How do I get the handles? Plus okay, now we got some handles, okay. Not sure what just triggered that to happen, but now I can't move the position. Oh, it says they're locked. R. Okay, attributes. Let's go position. Rotate 0. Okay, let's zoom in on this a little bit. Okay. Won't let me grab this thing. Q, tab. We've got a pen, marker. Oh yeah, that's the animation. It's been a while. CV. Okay, these are my different views. Okay, from the top again. I can't believe that I can select that, but I can't move the camera. I used to be able to just drag the camera. Boom, boom, drag it, move it. Now it's not letting me drag the camera. Edit. Object space. (3D) transforms. That's weird. This used to work so much better. Display, nano editor, what's this? Wireframe depth Q. That makes things brighter. I used to be able to just grab that camera and move it where I wanted to. Okay, well that repositioned it for, it's not where I want it, but we'll move it now. Position. Which one is Z? minus 50. All right, we'll try it again. Minus. Okay, I guess that's enough. Now we look through the camera. Okay. Now if I move, okay, position. From the top, I think that just removed my camera. Okay, that's more where I want it. Now let's go and look through our camera again. And Y. Now let's create this and create this, and we'll select our cube. We'll scale that about like this, about like that, like that, and then go back to our director's view and scale this like this, this like this. Okay, then we take our now it moves. Now everything I touch now moves. Select. Okay, the cylinder. We want to rotate the cylinder. Oh, I got that right. And attributes, that went that 90. And then we want to move that up. No, that's not the way. Up. Okay, now let's go look back at our camera view. Okay, while we're here, we might as well set this attribute to negative. And set that attribute to positive. And we might as well grab these two, group them. And this C here, but then we go into this M. No, that's not it. Go to attributes. Now here's where it says micro polygon size. Let's go 20. And then that may be for rendering only, for export. Okay, export object. 3D mesh, micro, let's see, dot OBJ. Where would this be? Okay, and we're going to call this wall micro 20. I think that's what I set it for. Okay, now we can go File, New. Sure, why not? Now we go File, Import, Micropoly. Let's just accept and see what we get. Scene, wall. Okay, micropoly 20. Now let's scale the wall down a little bit. Let's take a look at this in wireframe. Oh, there's like hardly any wireframe at all. Let's scale it down. Parameters, scale it down. All right. That's what we're expecting. And now what happens? Okay. Let's file, save as. We'll call this wall micro poly 20. Accept. Now we go here. Let's see if this thing, let's see what it looks like in iRay. Now see what I'm seeing something here is a little bit of, I didn't see that before. So what happens when we go here and we change this to, no, not that one, this one. Micro poly size 0.5. And what happens when we go here to wireframe resolution? Okay, when it's selected, when it's static, what's this auto LOD? See, that doesn't look like, okay, that's when it's, all right, resolution static is at 128. What if we go 8? See, this doesn't change at all. It's like this thing just says, this is my resolution. If you like it or not, that's what it's going to be. Wireframe shadows, the depth Q, display, plop, render on, off, nano editor. See, this is what I remember from this, was this being able to change these, but it doesn't appear. Motion, it's at 64 when you move it. It doesn't change this because this, it seems as though this resolution is baked in. The only thing I see is this micro polygon size. Show handles, origin handle. Maybe that's something I have to do when with my camera. Okay, so let's view this from the top. From the top, select the camera, show origin handle. Well, see, that's weird. I didn't even know that this thing existed here. Attribute, free, try, okay. So, okay, it's locked. Okay, that's unlock, okay. Okay, that's, I see, that's the field of view. That would be here. We want that, definitely. And now see this, okay. Somehow I got locked. Show origin handle. I am not sure what that is. I did something I didn't even know existed. You learn something every day. But see, what it's not doing is letting me move it around or anything. This is weird. What happens if I move that out there? Let's look through the camera and see. That doesn't appear to have changed anything. Okay, camera view from the top. Okay, so what I'm seeing here is slightly less that geometry is not as nice as I would have liked it to be. I can see little divides there now. Now if I were to take and put this is what we want to do, is edit object. See, and that literally destroys my wall. What if I okay, we go and up the sub D. So there's just not enough geometry here, and I don't have the choice. That's the difference. We can change this to bilinear. Okay. And what else have we got? Loop. That didn't work. Sharp edges. Oh, here it is. Legacy. That's even worse. So we have one choice in the bilinear, and then what happens when we go here to our sub D and bring it up? So I don't think this is actually even working, because when I look at this is just basically a way of setting it so it doesn't screw things up. Bilinear and corners. So because this is not working. And so I would say the reason why the Boolean works like it does in Daz, like this is is because they only give you so many options on the geometry. Like that a cube is going to be this much, a rock is going to have this much geometry, and a cylinder is going to have this much geometry, and perhaps it's all set by some kind of factor that it works together. But with in Daz, you can take a cube and you can give it, before you create the cube, you can say, I want to have this much subdivision in the cube, or this much resolution in the cube. I mean, that's different than Bryce, where in Bryce you're stuck with what they give you. Now, because, I mean, from back here, this looks perfectly precise almost. But the problem is that now, all right, we go back to our camera view here. This crazy little thing, doodad here. Let's just shut that off again. Origin handle. Why this keeps locking like that? Origin and position, absolute coordinates. All right. And now I've lost my little doodad thing where I could position it. So this is very upsetting. All right, so go back through the camera to the, there it used to be able to grab it here too to move it up or down. I used to be able to grab the camera and move it up or down. I don't know why I can't. E H tab. Okay. All right, so T dot Y I Okay, here we go. We have, oh, those are lights. Discs, okay, squares. Okay, those would be one-dimensional. Pyramids, cones. We don't have pyramid shapes in torus. And we have these metaballs. I don't know whether if those even would work. We have intimate planes and slabs and terrains. I wonder if if we can use this with the terrains. So that would be an interesting thing. Okay, select all. Okay, that switches back and forth from the animation mode. Animation. Track object. Link to parent. See, it's locked again. It just keeps locking itself. Okay, so we look through the camera again. I don't know what I'm doing anymore. I just have no idea what I'm doing. Render this. Okay. Now the cylinder, when I get up close to this, we're going to zoom in with this. Let's go back to this mode. Now, I used to be able to zoom in with the mouse wheel. Okay. And we go up. You know, that's the thing about stuff in life, is that you look at things and they look perfect. Okay, see this? When I zoom in on this is perfect. There are things that I'm not seeing here. There's a smoothing modifier that I don't see anymore. Used to be here. See, I go way up close. Let's render this again. See, I don't see any of those problems with this. When I render this up close like this, which I wish it was using, actually using my this isn't done. I think it's going real slow. But of course, this would come out like absolutely pristine. So what did I do? Why am I so zoomed in like that? Oh, my camera. My camera is zoomed. Okay, well, there's something. Okay, I think I kind of know now. What it is now that's going on here is you can't smooth this object. Okay, so because this object, undo, I've done a million things since. I don't know if I can go back to the point where it was two different objects. I've changed a million things. No, it's not enough. So now it's letting me move it around. Like, how nice. Just click on me and you can move me now. Move me all you want. Let's go up to from the top. Maybe I can move my camera now too. No. Why is it that I have so much trouble trying to move the camera to face north or the top view position? I've been able to move it a couple times, but the majority of the time I'm unable to move the camera around where I want to position it. How can I move the camera up or down? Please try. It's recommended that you take a look at the Bryce tutorial pages. Oh, go look at the tutorial. Why not just give us the answer, Scott? Moving and rotating is covered in the first tutorial about a minute or two in. If you prefer non-verbal based instructions, I'm still a Bryce novice, but I like to switch to top view, select the camera, and then use the reposition and rotate tools found in the edit palette when you switch to the view. There are, however, several other methods, including camera controls on the left side of the screen. Also, New User Forum is not a bad place to ask questions like these. Most of the Bryce experts tend to hang out in the Bryce forums. They are very welcoming to beginners. Then what they do actually is send you to the and I still have problems moving the camera around to the south side, as he advises. I was able to do it a couple times, but overall it's rare that I'm able to move it. Thanks for the help though. All right. That's all right. Maybe this is kind of like the way you do it. So you go here. Let's view it from the side. Okay, select the camera. No, that didn't work. And then that takes you back to this thing. From the camera view. Now once we have the camera view, it used to move like in real time. I don't remember it moving, like always showing this little window here. Okay, let's go to help and see user form, enter serial about Bryce. Is there something that says all these people lost their jobs when Daz bought them? They just said, go home. We bought Bryce. We're shutting it down. Help topics. Daz technical support. Enter serial. Links. How to change this menu. Objects. So, there's a way to do this without it opening this little window. I'm quite sure. Field of view. Banking. Oh, that's cool. I don't remember a lot of this stuff. This is, I don't know what, oh, this may actually be moving the camera and not necessarily. One of them moves the camera. So we can't use those when you're looking at it from the top. Okay. Okay, well, it's apparently, let's see. From the top, okay. Some of the, you can't move any of these. Yeah. And so I used to be able to click on this camera and just drag it where I wanted it. Like a little thing would come up. And now it's gone. I think it's just a bug. Because it used to, like, the handle's gone too. Now, if I select this camera, it's going to be locked again. Why? Why? Okay, it just keeps origin position locked. It just keeps locking the camera. That's sick. Okay, unlock it. I don't remember locking it. And let's see, go back in here. Locked again. X. Just wow. Quality. Regular anti-aliasing priority high. Render option gas 64-bit dithering. Object mask. Okay, that's cool that you can change the not very high. That's the highest you can go. This photo, that was huge years ago. So, yeah, you just used to be able to just, now I have to draw a square around it to select it. And what's this? Current view. So, fast preview. Oh, this, I see. This is kind of from the top. All right. That makes sense. This is to fly around the scene. Wow, that works really fast. Not sure if there's a way to slow that down. From the right. Okay. So I lost my handle. Free camera. So we slicked, okay. Center to selection. I go X, let's go here. Not sure how you can, okay, go through the camera. All right, well, I'm all frazzled out. This is just about all I can handle right here. I'm not seeing a way to get rid of these these little lines here. So I didn't really notice them in the last one that I imported in. And when I take off the sub D level and render sub D, this is high resolution. I don't think it's going to make much difference now by bilinear cat. Oh, here we go. There's our sub D algorithm. Oh, because I have it turned off. And when we bring the level up, it just destroys our geometry. So this is kind of nice. It's smooth, preserve cage. All right. This would be just in the render, and I think that would ruin it during the render. So I guess that's pretty darn good though right there. That's like pretty darn good. If we have it on the cat mark, which when we switch it to what, a loop doesn't work. Well, the minute we turn it up, that's when we end up with, see the edges here. Let's see, preserve cage, smooth. None of those work. Sharp edges. It's just really messing with the... It's because there's just not enough geometry in this, in the cage here. So let's see, did we get an answer here? So I guess that's it. So we're just going to be, that's the answer is subtraction in Daz. If you buy this product, this Gescon, this is what you're going to get in Bryce Studio. Okay, so why? Because it's not they don't have any basic modeling stuff like subtracting one object from another and leaving its texture on it. So it's just, this is what you get from, the most sophisticated, one of the most sophisticated, I guess, modeling and posing and animation and rendering. So, but no subtraction of any object from another object. So this is what you get here in this, and to me, I just think it's I don't know, because this goes over my head as things. All I think is that it shouldn't be this bad. Okay, it just shouldn't. With sub D and all of the different aspects that we have, it shouldn't be like that. And I turned up the geometry pretty high, and I would have to make something like 500 by 500 kind of mesh, and I probably still I wouldn't get an edge like this. So what is up with this? 28 years ago today. So that's what we're looking at. And there just are reasons for wanting to be able to, that's what we're dealing with. So, all right, thank you for watching. I wish that I could give you a better review of Gescon, because that's what this was all about, was to highlight this awesome product. And I started out this whole video with how really exciting this is, and you know, it's $40 to get this kind of a cut out of your in Daz. Okay, so $40, is it worth it for something that gives you this and this? So it's hard to say. So I'm gonna go and look at that Gescon video again. It's been a while actually since I watched it. Maybe I should have watched it before I did this. But I saw him cut things in it, and I saw the jagged edges around the things. So, and I did say that one option is to just fill the hole with something and put smoothing on, and you can get something that sort of like pushes its way out of the way, and you can get something sort of, because this is what you get for a result. And is it Gescon's problem? I don't know. I would say it's somebody trying to say, hey, you know, I would say hats off to Alvin at Gescon for trying to say to Daz, hey, you know, this should be part of Daz, and why we get this, I don't know, but this should not be the case. The geometry this shouldn't be the result of it, okay? And actually use this product and show you what it does. And so I'm disappointed in this. I'm disappointed that I couldn't get it to work the way I wanted it to work, the way it should work, the way a product should work. And that's it. So, all right, thank you for watching. I hope this has been helpful in understanding how geometry works. And if you need a hole cut in a wall, you know now how to get it. Okay, is it just go into Bryce, make a quick Boolean subtraction like there in Bryce, bring it in, and there you go. You've got your hole cut out. And if you need something more sophisticated than this, then go into a modeling program, and you can do all of these. You can do much more in a modeling program with art. But I think that just basic, this basic function should be in Daz. So it's just my opinion. There's a lot of things like that aren't there. And I want a technical answer of why this isn't, okay, why you can't do this, all right? So, you know, it might be just like to explain it and say, because each object in Daz is like in an alternate universe, okay? It's like they're so far apart structure-wise that they're like an alternate universe, and so they don't have a cohesion of being based and built by the same kind of geometry. That would make sense, okay? But because it's not a modeling app, it's used for posing. All right, so that just doesn't fly with me. So, but it was nice that he took the time to leave a comment to be helpful, and I will thank him for the comment. So I'll probably go back in and edit this and thank him for his reply. But so, all right, thank you. Take care. We're gonna turn up the polka. And I will see you again. Please leave likes and comments, subscribe. Comment in the if you have any thoughts on this. Do you think Daz should be that this should be the state of the art for Daz with subtracting and Boolean? I wouldn't care if it left the its texture on it, but just it shouldn't be like this. That's just terrible. Not with a product that's sold in the store. It should, we should get this kind of result from that product, not this. Thank you. I will see you again in another video. I will try to do some, if I find a solution to fix this and to make it work, I will come back and do another video on this and let you know what I think or how to fix it. So, all right, take care. Bye-bye.